Hello, everybody. Guten Tag. Wie geht's? Sorry, I had to pay a little bit of service to our German friends. Hello to everybody tuning in from all around the world. I guess let's do a little roll call while. Hope you didn't sleep in. I almost did. I almost did sleep in. If you guys could just let me know how everything sounds, how everything looks from above, in front here. I was up pretty late last night. Just had some issues, and I wanted to sort everything out before I did the live stream. There we go. Okay, I see the chat rolling now. What's up, guys? How you doing? We're gonna wait a few minutes here for notifications to go out for people to wake up. I got a whole hour and 15 minutes last night. So if I say something incorrectly, make sure to point it out in the chat, as always. Looks and sounds good. Let me just do a little bit of a checkup on our stream health. Also, I want to apologize right off the bat for the squeaky chair. I didn't realize how bad it was until I was doing a couple test runs last night, getting audio levels all sorted, and realized just how bad it was. So I'm going to try to stay in one spot as soon as we get everything stabilized here. I usually give people about 5 to 10 minutes to get in, say hello. Hello from Spain. Audio not sync? Which is too slow? Like, put the volume louder? Okay. Okay, audio should be better. Sync doesn't matter at all. Okay. Video comes half a second later than audio. So I'll delay audio by a little bit. This is weird because I tested this all literally 10 minutes before starting the stream. It's wonderful. Audio is faster. Okay, delay it. Okay, how about now? Hello from Norway. Wow, we got a lot of people in here. Very cool. Don't delay. Audio is faster. I can never tell if anybody's actually just trolling me. That's the great part about this. Hello from India, the pro editor. Yeah, I guess it doesn't. Audio is fine. So much better. Cool. Cool. Well, I guess with that said, we'll go ahead and get started. Seems like we got a lot of people in here. Portugal in the building. You are fine. Argentina. Hello from Germany. Audio is good. Good sync now. Sweet. Okay, guys, thanks for helping me make sure we look good. And keep in mind that this stream, if you're not able to watch the whole thing, it's going to be uploaded on the YouTube channel. So don't feel like you have to stick around. I'm going to move the chat so I can see it a little easier. More easily. There we go. Wow, 1K people, 1,000 people. Is that true? Wow, 1,050. Thanks, guys. Gals, everybody. Ethan Jacob, hi, love your videos. Thank you for the $1.99, guys. If there was ever a stream to not donate, like, please do not. This is purely for. I don't want people to donate on this stream, please. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do appreciate it. I appreciate the sentiment, but I think we'd rather. I feel bad taking anything on this one. Do you ever use ETC products? If you count source 4s. Can I upload the show file? This show file is the same one that's in my Patreon. Okay, guys. Hello from Russia. Hello Malaysia. Barcelona in the building. Nepal. Wow. Sweden, Philippines, Brazil. I don't know if you guys are actually from these places or if you're just typing in countries in the chat. Estonia. Bay Area, represent. Jason. Everybody say hi to Jason and learn how to actually spell his name. Hey, Louis Smith. Yeah, we're going to do that a little bit later. So if you guys haven't seen my MA2 crash course video, it's like 2 hours long. This stream is going to be kind of a continuation of that in some ways, but I thought it would be a good idea, since we're all underemployed, most likely. I'm sure most of us are missing out on some work right now. Speedies 2, this is going to go for at least 3 hours. I'm aiming for 4. So sit back, relax, grab a cup of coffee. Oh, wait. Grab a cup of coffee. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that into the microphone. Thailand. Okay, all right. I think we got to quit with the places that we're all from. Appreciate it. 60 FPS Y. Yeah, Act Lighting has free MA courses. If you use who remembers what the code is for Act? Act Lighting is like the North American distributor for MA lighting products, and they have an ACT Academy, or ACT. I hear it different ways from different people. ACT, ACT. Regardless, they do have a online learning program, and it's actually pretty good. It's like a multiple choice. You read through, and you answer questions and read the material. It's pretty good. I like it. Yeah, Act for Me is the code if you guys want to go over to the Act Lighting website. And it's basically, I think, 100% discount code. Pretty cool. Vectorworks is also doing a similar thing. I'm going to be attending their webinar this upcoming week. So yeah. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're 8 minutes in and we're off to a roaring start, if I do say so myself. Like I said, this is a continuation of our or my video that I did to kind of give people an introduction to the console hardware and software from the perspective of like needing to get a show up and running as fast as possible. In this video, I'm going to try to not overlap information as much as I can. There, of course, will be some overlap, but I'm going to try to keep it minimal. And instead, the focus is going to be on timecode. So we're going to talk a lot about setting up your show to make it timecode friendly. Reason being that I spent the last almost 2 years doing almost entirely timecode shows, which is weird for me because I'm sure many of you out there, operators, are used to getting hired to do busking gigs. And they're totally different styles. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, obviously, just like with any other style. But I think I've learned enough about time coding in the past 2 years from the couple of tours that I've done it on. I've figured out a couple ways to trim down on the time it takes. And then I've also figured out a way to kind of automate the whole process once it's done. Raggy, thanks for the vids. You're welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Can you say hi to my friend Henry Blassingame? Hi, Henry. How you doing? All right. Continuing right along. And before we get too much into the programming side of this, there were a ton of people who sent in questions about like, okay, why do you use timecode? What exactly is timecode? And I figured we would kind of start from that baseline and then kind of work from there. And I could show you my workflow as we go through that. To give you an overview of the equipment that we're going to be using in this video, in case you're not aware, the console in front of me is a Grand MA2 Lite. We're running software version 3.7.0.5, but pretty much everything that I'm going to be talking about will scale to any MA system. So this applies if you're using a command wing. This applies if you're just programming at home with the free on PC software. This applies if you're using an actual console. It applies to anything where you need to have a repeatable show, right? That's the whole point of timecode, is to have something that is synced, a show that is synced to the music and can be repeatably and reliably played back. We're humans, and as fun as it is to punch shows and rip the strobe button and whatever, there's a time and place for all of that, of course, just like with anything else. But if you get to the point in your career when you're starting to actually work closely with an artist or maybe a team of programmers, operators, what have you, you're putting on big events, or you're doing shows that are of high precision, right? That is where you're going to probably want to at least become well versed in how to set up a timecode show and how to make sure that it works the way you want it to. So in addition to the console, again, remember MA is not only a lighting desk, it's also a network, MA2, which is where all these devices communicate, all the MA devices at least. And it's the hardware and the software that lives either inside the console or in a computer. For example, even though you can't see it right now, there are two computers. There's a console in session and two computers that are serving as MA stations, right? So each physical like piece of the MA net is considered like a station, right? So the desk is a station. This computer that's running on PC is a station. My desktop that's running the visualizer is also a station. And the reason that we have multiple stations is to create some sort of redundancy for not only the hardware, but the show file, because there's kind of two levels to there's two levels to having a backup for your show as the show is running. There is the hardware backup, meaning that if your console dies mid-show, then you need to have something that can take over and serve as a control surface. And then secondly, there is the backup for the show file itself as it's running, because the show file is separate from the hardware, right? So yeah, the show file lives in the network. And when you have multiple stations, then that creates the redundancy inherently through creating what's called a session. So, for example, I don't know if this will show up. Let me pull... So this is more of a live view for things like these dialog boxes that don't show up on the on-PC version, because these are independent to each station, right? So I just pull up this dialog box, and we can go to our network control. And you can see on the left side of this screen, we have one session. It's called CJ, very creatively named. And look at that, guys. I'm already lying to you. I told you there were two stations in here, but there's actually only two. So if I see here, we've got our master in the session, which is indicated by this nice little blue heart down here. And then we have this other station that is an on PC. You can see right there, it says PC. And that is connected. So I'm going to find which one of these computers is not actually connected. Whoops. And this will actually be a good moment right here. So this is my laptop that's sitting next to me. The visualizer is running on a desktop, but I'm running Resolume. I'll show you here. I'm running Resolume. I am running MA, Show Cockpit, and Reaper, all on this computer. The reason being that because of the power of the session, I can use other stations in the session to bring data into the session for all of the stations. So, for example, if I join the session, go to our network control, we'll see that I'm in this not connected category. You can see if I highlight not connected, then we've got my laptop here. Now, if I want to join this session, I just click on it, and as long as it's not password protected, I'll just be able to join it straight away, and it will download the show file from the ether, basically. So it's going to sync with the rest of the session, and now all of these stations are on the same page. Not literally. That's actually a good point to bring up. Pages are a keyword, or page is a keyword in the MA ecosystem. So we have all these different stations, and they can be logged in as different users. I personally am using the administrator login on the main console right now, but I have a couple of other users. Let me see if I can switch you over here. Just like having different stations allows you to have more flexibility and redundancy, I guess, having different users allows you to do things like log into Telnet and not have your command line filled up with a bunch of commands from CDJs, like I'll show you in a minute. But that's a little bit, users and user profiles are not really super important for this part that we're going to talk about. But the reason I bring up this session is because if you want to start programming timecode offline, the harsh reality is that programming timecode on MA either requires some like kind of workarounds to get timecode into the console, or it requires you actually having a very expensive console. And when I first started with this, obviously I had no console. I didn't have access to have one at home to do all this programming, because it takes a long time and I can't just like go borrow a console indefinitely. So if you've seen the video on my channel, there is a channel about how to use Reaper. And Reaper is a piece of software that allows you to do time coding for basically free. In fact, I think they give away their license. I have a commercial license because I use it for like recording streams and stuff. But the power of the session means that I can translate a timecode generator within Reaper and send it into MA through a loop MIDI port. And now if I clear out this window here, I'll add a clock so we can see timecode. So I made this clock to show you that if I hit play in Reaper with the song that we're going to be working on later in the stream, by the way, you won't hear it right now. It's not going to play because of the way I have the audio routing set up on this laptop. But if I hit play here, look at that. So this is on just the computer, right? But I'm not touching anything. I'm not changing anything. My hands are off. So because that laptop is in the same MANet session, anything that I put into the data stream on the show file on the laptop is going to propagate through the whole rest of the file. And now we can see we have timecode slot 1 rolling away, which means that you can actually just have Reaper running on a laptop while you're programming at the same time. And this is what I did for a long time. Like before I had a console or a command wing or anything like that, this is how you do it. So it's really that simple. As far as like getting timecode into the MA. Now, I got to go on a little bit of a rant. For a rant against MA, because I don't know why, but they make it exceedingly difficult to get more than one timecode slot of timecode into your session without having to add other consoles or add what I just did right there, a MIDI timecode session or a MIDI timecode slot with an external PC. We're running into an era where with software like Show Control, where we can spit out like 4 independent SMPTE lines if you've got 2 MacBooks. Being able to put different timecode streams into the desk is becoming really, really important, and it's not really possible with the hardware that they have right now because, like I said, SMPTE input slots, SMPTE being the audio version of what I just showed you, that MIDI timecode MTC is it's not audio, right? So original SMPTE is like a digital signal, or it's like a pseudo digital analog signal. Let me explain. SMPTE is a signal that tells equipment that can listen to it what frame is playing at what time. And it sounds god-awful. If you've ever listened to a SMPTE signal, it just sounds like a bunch of very high-frequency square waves, because that's really what it is. It's just a digital emulation to indicate to timecode readers what frame in the timeline we're in. So we're at a point right now where if you want to get 2 timecode streams into MA, you need to first use the XLR on the back to put a SMPTE line of audio in, and then add a MIDI timecode translated into the session as a slot too. It just doesn't make any sense to me because MA has so the cheapest way, get this, the cheapest way, if you want to get timecode into a session with using MA equipment, the cheapest way is, let's see, a command wing, which is like $5,000, right? Which is ridiculous. I've been wanting them to come out with just like a little 1U, you know, like how they have the little half rack nodes, like a little 2-port node or whatever. They just had a timecode version of that with just 4 3-pin XLRs on the back where you can put SMPTE into your session. Oh my God. I would happily pay I'd probably pay $2,000 for that, to be honest. Just because it gets rid of all the little differences between okay, I'm getting two streams of timecode into the desk using both the SMPTE and then also using the MIDI timecode translation. But if you ever and I've done this before, I've taken a camera and put the 2 timecode slots next to each other, and you can see that there's a difference by sometimes almost 10 frames, because it takes time for the PC to translate that and put it into the session. Does your timecode from Reaper go over loopback MIDI? Yes, it does. There is a piece of software from Tobias Eriksson, Enriks. I can't remember his last name, Tobias. It's Loop MIDI, and it's free. Alex says, so you can send MTC from Reaper to MA on PC while also using a MIDI controller to do TC programming, essentially removing MA hardware from the equation. Yeah, for the pre-programming bit, yeah, you can totally remove. You don't have to program on MA hardware, which is nice. It's just annoying that you have to do it with this Reaper MIDI timecode translation. I don't want to call it a workaround because it's how it's intended to be, but there could be a so much easier way to do this. Tobias Eriksson, yeah. So anyways, that is how we can get timecode into MA if you're working at home on a project and you don't have a console. Or if you do have a console and you don't have something that can generate audio SMPTE, like LTC, then that's a surefire way to not have to listen to SMPTE if you accidentally plug it into a speaker. Yeah, so if you want your time codes to sync up properly, you would need 2 pieces of MA hardware that have a SMPTE in port. Pieces of MA hardware that have a SMPTE in port, command wing, like I mentioned. NPUs do not. RPUs do. So command wing, RPU, all the consoles, so ultralight, light, full. That's it. I see a question about busking, and I'm not going to talk too much about busking because this is going to be more of a timecode stream, but the question is, how do you set it up? How do you set up a busking file so that Prism, Gobo, and Zoom are all operable in an easy way? That is a very good question. Some fixtures have an autofocus channel, which is super useful. I particularly like the Vipers. They have a pretty good autofocus. Once you set a good focus on a gobo at a certain range in the zoom, it tends to be pretty close. I've moved away from doing this, and I really haven't busked a lot of shows in a while. So what I've done is I've moved over to basically just baking everything into one preset and just making like 8 or 10 solid gobo look presets that have everything from zoom, focus, iris, prism, gobo selections, everything baked into that one all preset. And then I just have to clean those up. And like nobody really cares. Like I know the audience doesn't really particularly care if you have every single focus plane throughout the whole zoom range. Like I just have 4 zoom ranges. I've got like narrow, medium, wide, and ultra wide. So sometimes I'll make specific specific focuses for that, but for the most part, it doesn't really matter. I would say just make a couple of really good all presets for your aerial effects, and it'll look 10 times better than spending an inordinate amount of time focusing every individual point along that path. Unless you like put something on, put like focus on a temp fader or crossfade, then you can kind of fine tune it manually. That's cool. I've seen some people do that. Just not really my style. Busking, for those of you who don't know, busking is a style of playing back a show where you just kind of busk it. I don't know what to say. You're not doing it like in the programmer necessarily, but you are using more of a generic file, like a template file, and that's not to timecode. So our visualizer today is Capture 2020. Recently got that. We've got the, I don't know if you guys can see on here. I really should make a full screen visualizer look. We have reflection planes, which is super cool. So that whole floor is a mirror, essentially. I love it. So yeah, let's get back to talking about timecode. Oh God, we're only 30 minutes into this. Feels like it's been an hour. 1 second. Capture is killer. Yeah, this version has a lot of good upgrades, I think. I really enjoyed it. But the one like super important thing that like everybody loves to hate on timecode when they've been building up a busk file. And there's something to be said about someone who can really, really rip on their busking file that they know like the back of their hand. It's really cool to watch. But if you're working like with an artist like I am, if you can have the same exact show every single night, and you can essentially take all of the departments and combine them into your control. So lasers, LED pixel mapping. I saw Madrix was in the chat. Hallo, guten Tag. Guten Abend. What time is it? Very dangerous question. Whatever search lights. Do an ASMR coffee slurp? No, thanks. Timecode allows you to be very, very intricate with things that you, like, yeah, you could probably busk it 9 times out of 10, but if you want the same show to hit every single night, then timecode's the way to do it. It's crazy. I remember the first time I like actually saw a really good time-coded EDM show. I believe it was like Porter Robinson World's Tour at Bumbershoot, like 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, so it is Abend, guten Abend. Yeah, so I had only ever busked before. And I saw that show, and everything, I was just like blown away because their LD he came in, loaded up his console as they were touring with a bunch of stuff, and he spent like 45 minutes just kind of like layout views and doing some stuff that I didn't really know what was going on. And then he just sat back and watched the show, and it just like every single noise, every hit, every element of the track was perfectly realized with the lights, and like everything just, that was the moment where I was like, okay, I should probably figure out how to do time coding, because if this dude can walk into a venue and 45 minutes later have a killer show that looks different on every song, that has no repetition, even though I just repeated myself right there, and all the timing is perfect, like there's really no downside except for the amount of time that you have to spend prepping. So what I've done here, let me pull up my timecode page. Let me see if you can see this here. So on the left screen here, this is screen number 3, this is screen number 2, and then down here is screen number 1, if you're not familiar. Over on screen number 3 here, I have made this timecode view that is essentially made so that I don't have to spend time building song pages, building macros, so on and so forth. Let me just show you, for example. When you're building a timecode show, for every song, you're going to need, let's see here, 4 or 5 different pool items. You're going to need the main sequence being the structure of the track that's cued out, cue by cue. Doesn't necessarily have to be like beat for beat, but it needs to follow the skeleton and the outline and the composition of the track that you're time coding. Yeah, timecode is specific for, well, here's the thing. Sting asks a question in chat. Timecode is specific for one song, right? In layman's terms, yes, but it depends on who you're working for and what the artist is doing for their set. For a DJ set, yeah, 100% of the time, you're going to be doing individual songs that may be switched around in different orders, okay? And we'll talk a little bit more about how you can accommodate for those switcheroos. I'll give you a hint. It's just using more time code. So in a case like a DJ set, yeah, you've got different chunks, different pieces of the set that all have their own individual timeline. And they each exist independently in their own little strip, it's called, of timecode. So the timecode signal that I was just talking about, it's essentially a clock that has 30 frames per second. You can do like 60 frame timecode. You can do 2997, known as drop frame timecode. For today's purposes, we'll be talking about 30 frames per second timecode. So imagine a huge long strip of audio that is 24 hours long. That will serve as our timecode signal. It's basically just a long, like, see if I have any to play. I actually don't really want to play it because it's annoying. Let me see. I'll play it. So that's what timecode sounds like. And it sounds like a bunch of garbled robot noise, which it really is. That's what it is. But computers are able to dissect it and determine, no matter where it's playing, it'll know exactly what time that stripe is. It's kind of an archaic way to think about it, and there's hopefully going to be some TC net goodness on the horizon that we can all enjoy. But for now, we kind of have to suffer through the dark ages. So we imagine this 24-hour strip of time code. What I tend to do, and I see a lot of other people do this as well, so it makes me think maybe I am kind of on the right track, is I split that entire 24 hours up into 10-minute segments. Someone's talking about 60-frame time code. Someone's saying 60-frame time code doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure it does. Sorry, just reading chat, get distracted. So every track that I'm going to be working on exists in its own little stripe that starts in 10-minute intervals. So to start off, I never, ever, ever put anything timecode related between 0 seconds, 0 frames, and 9 minutes, 59 seconds, 29 frames. The reason being is a lot of times, like for example, show control, if there is no assigned timecode offset, it will just start playing from 0 timecode. And that can be dangerous if you have tracks that are playing on the wrong timecode strip. That can trigger things, you would never put something super dangerous on timecode, I would hope, but it can really make your show look bad and kind of ruin the whole experience. So just as a general rule, I never put anything before 10 minutes in timecode. So song 1 starts at 10-minute timecode stripe. Song 2 starts at the 20-minute timecode stripe. Let me show you what that would look like in Reaper. So here we're back over in Reaper. Go full screen here. And here I have one track that is, this is one of those royalty-free tracks, so I don't get copyright striked. It's not bad. It's a decent song, actually. I enjoyed it. This exists at the 10-minute mark. Remember when I started playing that, playing this? It showed up as... Oop. I'll just pull it up here. So we can see our timecode slot is running starting at 10 minutes, okay? And that 10 minutes refers to the offset of the track that I determined, okay? It's not always going to be me who determines timecode offsets. Sometimes if you're working with an artist who has like a playback rig, someone who's in charge of Ableton, they'll be the ones who decide what the offsets are. But it's something that you can have a discussion with your team about. So I just decided this track was going to start at 10 minutes. So even though the track is only 1 minute and 4 seconds elapsed, the timecode stripe is indicating 11 minutes. So add 10. Now, if I were to add a second song over here, and I've already done this in advance, I've changed the offset for this timecode generator to 20 minutes, starting at 20 minutes. So if there was an underlying audio track playing in here, and I go back over to MA, we can see that our offset is now 20. This is important if you have a bunch of tracks, because it guarantees, by separating them like this, that it adds a layer of security. So you know that if song 3 is playing, or song 3 is next in the set, song 3 will only play if it listens to SMPTE that starts at 30 minutes. Okay? So there's no danger of accidentally playing the wrong track. And then as long as you leave that first 10 minutes open, then no accidental playback will occur. Why do you have a stopwatch for CO2? I'll show you. It's pretty cool, actually. Let me switch to my playback page. So I have this, it's kind of stupid. You'll probably laugh, but there's a timer because typically CO2 will last for about 45 seconds to like a minute tops. So that's just how I keep track of festivals or tour shows. I have a button down here for cryo, which I can unlock or lock. And then when I fire it, it will count up. You can also make it so they count down. And then when I let go of the trigger, the timer stops. So hold down, let go. That was just something I made because I was like kind of just curious if I could do it, which is how MA is with a lot of things, or how I am with MA, I guess. Sorry about the squeaky chair. I'm really sorry. It's really annoying. I think I'm actually going to swap out chairs. 1 second. There we go. No more squeak. Oh, and while we're here, lest we forget, do I timecode CO2? Also, just so you guys know, about top of every hour that we stream today, I'm going to be doing questions from Patreon. I asked everybody last night. Also the Instagram post that I made yesterday. So I'm just kind of cruising the chat for some questions before we continue on here. Ooh, yeah, I do have pants on. I thought about not wearing pants today, but as you can see, I also got the Ayrton Perseo. That's so stupid. Chair was fine before. Yeah, but it was bugging me. ASMR chair squeak. You guys really want to hear the chair squeak? Freaking God. Eater. CO2 in Viz? No. There are a couple of visualizers. I think if Alex Hughes is in the chat, I think LE. Wait, C8. I can't even. What is it called? LC. What is the visualizer that he's always trying to sell to me? That looks really cool, actually. I think I'm going to buy that visualizer. Because they have a. Let me see. What is it? What's it called, actually? Alex Hughes. Hello, everyone. Oh. Some people doing ungodly things on Facebook. Yeah, never mind. I can't find it. Yeah, I just use Capture because I've had it forever. L8. Yeah. David Gonzalez. Hope the family's doing well, David. Thanks for tuning in. Light Converse L8. Thanks, Anthony. Oh, man, I made David a mod. Jeez. Why'd I do that? Yeah, Depends 2 looks awesome. If you guys haven't seen that, maybe... Shoot, should I pull that up real quick? Depends 2 is sick. The rendering engine just looks incredible. Hang on, I'm going to show you this. So this is Depends. Depends squared. You won't have audio, so I apologize. It's like crazy the amount of stuff you can do. Look at that water effects. And this is all like DMX controllable. Crazy stuff. Are we getting lag? Where do I get my color picker 100 from? I made it. There is no price on Depends 2. Yeah. Any free visualizers? Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. MA3D is a free visualizer. That's so weird. That lag was weird because it's only... Oh, I see. It's only on that one input, that NDI input. So just so you guys have a concept of what's going on here, the stream has like there's 3 NDI streams in here right now. So I think that's kind of what's causing the lagginess on that one source. Weird. Okay, moving right along. Back into timecode land. So as I was saying, each timecode song has its own strip, its own little existence in the world, so that it does not overlap with any other playback of any other song. Explain the 3D software for a sec. It's just Capture 3D. So, you know, I can press buttons and it reacts. I don't know. There's not a whole lot to it. It's a 3D representation of this stage that I made for programming. So this isn't a real stage. Sorry. It purely exists so that I can program offline. So this is where I like experiment with new stuff and yeah, create shows. The reason that I have this stage in this virtual world, which reminds me I need to get ready to play Half-Life Alyx in like 2 days. The reason I have this stage built is so that I can program all of my like imaginary fixtures and have a place to store all of the data for the show. Because that's really what, like, if you go into the patch here, all the queue data, all of the values, everything is stored in the fixture type. Okay, so this one layer that I have here, festival clone stage, all of these fixtures in here are for this visualizer stage. Okay, so this means that I can program offline with those fixtures in this virtual environment and apply this to other stages. And we'll talk about that process a little bit later. So if you show up to a festival with your template stage, so the stage that only exists on my screen over here, I can still use all that data to apply it to a real stage. So that's why it exists. Are we lagging? I don't see any lag. Spam bots. Ooh, live sex chat. Sweet. Yeah, we need to ban some people. Wow, are these mods really, or are these bots just taking comments that other people have left and like claiming them as their own and reposting them? How can I? God, I cannot. There's like 100 spam bots. I guess that's what happens when you have 1,000 concurrent viewers, right? Crazy. Okay, seriously, I'm gonna ban this. Jesus. Yeah, I need more mods, uwu. I'm not DDoSed, but something funky's going on. Oh man, who am I gonna mod? Who can I mod right now? Ben, I'll mod Ben. Moderator. Sorry guys, just gonna add some mods real quick. This is crazy. I saw the chat just start exploding. I thought like you guys were making fun of me or I did something wrong. Moderator. Sorry, I'm just looking for names that I like recognize. Okay, I think we're just about there. Mod gang, gang. Elliot, yeah, you can help. Oh, Jason, yep, you can mod, add mod. That moment when the comments about the spam are more than the actual spam. YT mod, yeah, dude. Mod. You've been granted. Mod. Yeah, maybe we should do slow mode. It's like a virus. No. Stop. Okay. Yeah, okay. Do you guys want to see the stage a little bit more? Okay. So this stage... Oops. This stage, it's literally just like a template of every generic festival you've ever seen. So it's like groups of 6, groups of 4, some LED pixels that we'll talk about that I'm using with Madrix. We'll talk a little bit about why I use Madrix in a bit. It's really useful on tours where I don't really want to. If you're curious what Madrix is, it's this little green key that I plug into my laptop. It's actually software that is for pixel mapping or for like doing unique color and dimmer effects, sound reactive stuff. Yeah, so this is, if you guys are curious what we're actually like programming on, it's just this generic festival stage with some video wall, some LED pixels, a mirrored floor. Look at how good that mirrored floor looks. Capture did an awesome job. When I turn on those Madrix strips, you'll see in a second here too. Oh my god, now the bots are asking to be modded. No. Oh, I'm going to show you guys something cool. Sidebar. If you didn't know, you can also patch the camera in Capture. So if I go over here to my program page, my cameras view, grab our Capture camera group. It's a group, but it's only one fixture. Again, groups are just selection orders of fixtures. That's it. In MA3, they're a little different because they have grid information. But in MA2, groups, the only data they have in them is an order of fixtures. So keep that in mind if you're ever confused about why like effects look weird. You're like, oh man, I grabbed all my spots, but then, like the circle looks wrong, looks weird, looks off. It's highly likely that that group you selected was just like an index group where it's just like fixture 1 through 12, not taking into account the physical orientation of where they are on the stage. So groups are really powerful if you can create groups that have useful selection orders in them. So for example, sorry, I'm getting a little sidetracked here. What else is new? If I were just to grab, like, let me just say group 1. Group 1, please, grabs all of my Vipers. You can see them here. That doesn't mean, however, that if I were to apply effects to this, if I just hit next, okay, it's going in order that they were stored into the group. It becomes way more useful to have selection orders that maybe create symmetric effects, or something that's not just left to right. Anyways, back to camera control. So grab our camera control. I like using program time with the camera, so I can just like send the camera out to front of house, have it fade up. We can go front of house low. I kind of have a square of different positions, and I think it's really cool to like play back, and you can record these camera movements into your time code as well. I did a couple tracks like that on the Lose the Child tour, where after I'd done all the programming, I went in and actually did like some 3D fly through with the Capture camera, and then you can render them out. So if you're ever in any sort of like competition, let's say, for programming a song, don't forget that you can use your camera as a fixture and program it in with the rest of the show. You get bonus points for that. So the camera patch and Capture is super easy. I'll go to my fixture types here. Let me pull it up. So in here I just have a fixture type called Capture Camera 2019. Works the same in 2020. And it is just like any other fixture, except instead of like, well, it does have pan, tilt, and roll. But it's just X, Y, and Z. So you have both X, Y, and Z position. I did not mention the go plus, go minus, and pause buttons in the first video. Okay, we'll take another detour. We'll take another detour right now. I actually kind of like doing videos like this where I just kind of feed off of you guys. It probably sucks for people who are watching in the future because they're like, oh man, this is not interactive. But yeah, MA3D has a camera you can control as well. As multiple cameras you can control. In fact, did you know that you can, let me let me clear a screen here. So to clear this screen, screen number 3, you can press the encoder options button and then hit clear screen, but say, oh, I cleared the wrong screen. You can always hit oops, hit please, your screen is back. You can also clear a screen by clicking anywhere in the blank user-defined area, hit clear screen. Do I have a Magix interface? I don't have an interface. I just use it with streaming ACN. So Magix outputs streaming ACN to the console, and the console does an HTTP merge with Resolume and Magix. We'll talk about that a little bit later. God, this stream is going to be very long if we keep this up. Oh no, we dipped below 1,000. We're at only 999. That's still crazy though. Thank you guys for watching. This is mind-blowing. Hey Douglas, thanks for stopping by. Please ignore the chat. Okay, I'll ignore the chat. Anyways, like I was saying, with MA3D, you also have a camera pool. Boom. You can create cameras, I believe, right? Can you not? I thought you could create cameras. Store? Yeah, there we go. So you can do my camera, call this one my camera. And then now, if you're ever in 3D, you can scroll to it, view my camera, and make any sort of adjustments that you want to. And you can even patch it and then move it around that way. I just don't have any MA3D cameras patched in here. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let's go MA3D camera, MA lighting. I actually haven't done this before, so maybe I'm wrong. Camera controller. So now it's in the patch. Yeah, there were like 900 sex bots. So now I'll select that fixture. You go fixture 91705 because I was a little too lazy. So this will, I think maybe, I haven't done this before, so I apologize. I'm making myself look like a fool. You might have to do something else. But yeah, you can control it. I just can't remember exactly how you do it because I only use capture. That was embarrassing. Yeah, okay. So Magix is in the chat. This will be a good point to talk about Magix. Not sponsored, by the way. They're just here, and I happen to have an entry key. So Magix licenses their software, kind of like how MA does, but they go one step further and they have these little keys. I only purchased an entry key because it's all I really need for most of my touring shows. Much like how MA does parameters, Magix uses not like DMX addresses, but like voxels. And they cap you out at 8 full universes of voxels. So you're not limited to a certain number of DMX addresses. You're instead, again, limited by total number of voxels or pixels. They call them voxels because I think it's because they're in 3D space, which is one of the cool features about Magix is that you can 3D pixel map. I don't have that set up on this stage. This is just a pretty basic 2D setup. But let me pop you over to Magix. And let me see if I can show you here. The one thing I've always kind of, and if you Magix guys are watching, I'm going to offer just a little bit of feedback. I hope you don't mind. the device manager setup, I think, needs a major overhaul, primarily with the streaming ACN output, just because I have to manually go through and here's my number one complaint. You start out with a default of, I believe, 10 streaming ACN universes, but to change that, you have to go into options rather than dealing with it in, you have to go to devices network and then change the ACN device count here, instead of just doing it all in device manager. So you have to go through, and then this is interesting because using both Resolume and Madrix at the same time means that the MA is serving as a merger. Okay. So we have Resolume, which is spitting out only ArtNet data, and we have Madrix, which can either spit out ArtNet or streaming ACN, going into the MA, and then the MA is spitting out MANet, and then both Madrix and Resolume are being controlled with ArtNet outputs. So if you go to my network protocols page, actually I'm going to show you this on the PC. Keep in mind that network protocols are only ever output by the master in the session. So if you see I have this green heart on my laptop that's running Madrix and Resolume, all these protocols are being output through the desk, through the actual desk. If the desk was to disconnect, say it died or like someone tripped on a cable or something, this laptop or the PC that's running the visualizer would become the new master, and then all of the network protocols would be sorted through that. So you can see here, we have a couple different tabs. We have streaming ACN. And again, okay, here's a gripe for MA, because it's the same story in MA, and I'm not exactly sure why, but it only applies to input multicast, or input, because there's also input unicast. Difference between multicast and unicast. Think of, so all of these lines are ways of routing data. Multicast is a way of just like throwing the data out into a big ocean, right? And anybody who's listening can reach into that ocean and grab out the data from that line. But unicast is, instead of like putting all of your data into an ocean that anybody can reach into, it's like sending direct mail or firing a letter exactly at your intended recipient. So they both have their strengths and weaknesses, obviously. So as I was showing you that Madrix output, we have, just like in MA, how MA has its own universes. So MANet universes are different than streaming ACN universes, are different than ArtNet universes. So keeping this all straight in your head can be kind of annoying. And it's okay, because this allows you the flexibility of what I've done here. So universe 1 I use for nothing. Nothing is actually being output over universe 1. I can actually probably just disable it. I'll hit apply here. But the reason is universe 1 is for this ArtNet remote. So remember how I said that MA is also sending ArtNet data to Madrix so that we can control it much like we would control Resolume? Well, that's how it happens. Through this ArtNet tab and the ArtNet remote, and a remote control that I have built. So when we're controlling external things like Madrix or like Resolume or cameras in Capture, it's no different than controlling a fixture, in that there is a certain number of channels, and each one of those channels does a different action. So this is just a footprint showing what Madrix is listening for on all of these different features, right? So they have them listed here as functions, and then I have mapped them to the channels that make sense to me. This is nice because you can delete channels that you maybe would never use, and save on your DMX footprint, which helps with your parameter counts as well. So that means, see how the controls are not allowing me to modify them? That's because I have an active ArtNet input for control. So let's hop back over to the console. I'm going to go to my program view, which I guess is already pulled up, kind of redundant. I can go to video, and I can grab the Madrix master group. Okay. Let me see if I'm going to pull up Madrix on screen 3 right now. Hang on one second. Okay, now we can kind of see what's going on here. Keep in mind, program time will affect you. Yeah, this is a Razer Blade Pro laptop. Just reading some chat. Yeah, Razer Blade Pro. And Madrix is a pixel mapping software primarily. It's a tool I use to get more pixels. I use it to control more pixels than I normally would want to control with MA directly, because MA is great at a lot of things, but cheap and effective pixel mapping is not one of them. So Madrix is an external piece of software that spits out Ethernet DMX, and I use the MA to kind of like route that to fixtures that aren't directly controlled by the MA, but instead I use it like as an external effect generator for things like LED pixel strips, because MA is not like super great at handling those, and it's kind of expensive for pixel mapping to have like an NPU. This one like entry key that I got was like $700 or something like that. And it gives me a full 8 universes of voxels. So that's way cheaper than an NPU. Yep, there's a good point about multicast in the chat. Yeah, unicast is simple. It's also safer. Like if you need to make sure that no other stations get that data, then unicast is good. But multicast, like MG says in the chat, if you have a master slave backup situation, then multicast or broadcast, either one of those will be just fine. So we've got our Madrix master. So these 3 pool items, these 3 groups at the top, we've got our Madrix master, Madrix A, and Madrix B. So if we want to output anything, first we have to make sure that our master is output. So we set it at full. Our dimmer preset type lights up with red, showing that we have programmer values in there. And let's zoom in on these. Actually, I don't think we need to zoom in quite yet. Give me one second. So the master is up. Let's go to Madrix A, which you can see Madrix is split into a left and a right side. Each one can be playing independently, and then you can crossfade between the two. So now our pixels are on, and our capture visualizer is going to slow way down. But we don't have any speed yet, so I'm going to increase our speed. You can see we got all the way up from +10 to -10. I believe you can also change that in the settings somewhere, but +10, -10 is pretty good for me. In addition to that, I treat Madrix literally just like a lighting fixture. So you see that we have all these blue tiles on here, and those are basically just different cues. And I can scroll through these cues using the programmer. Some of these are faster than I would like. So if I go back to this color scroll effect, I can just go in and reduce the play speed, or we can go backwards. Fun fact, this particular cue was the test pattern that I would use during our changeovers for the Lewis the Child show. So now we can zoom in. Oh, let's use the capture camera. That's way better, huh? Capture camera. We'll go front row center. Wait, front row tall. Yeah, so we can see Madrix is now outputting onto that mirrored surface. Those mirrors look awesome. I love that. I'll be the first to admit also that I'm not like a Madrix expert. I use it primarily as an extension of the MA, right? If I have a show or a tour that's using a lot of cool eye candy, pixel mappy stuff, then yeah, I'll throw it in. Especially like 3D stuff. If there's multiple layers, it's pretty cool. I am not an IATSE card holder, Samuel. So we can go through a couple other clips here. Just want to show you what else they've got. These are all the built-in effects too, okay? This is not anything crazy. So stuff like this, that you could never program this in MA in a few seconds. Like the fact that I can just load in one of these predefined looks and then make a few tweaks. Whoops. Get out of here, MA. So the fact that I can just go in here and make a couple of tweaks to these parameters, it's a real quick and dirty way to get some awesome eye candy effects. And you can layer them too. So like this is just one effect. You can create a whole stack of them. And then you can like mix between them. There's so much you can do with it. CITP thumbnails, that's a good question. I actually don't know. Oh, it looks like, okay, Madrix replied. Thanks, Madrix. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, Madrix, while you're here. One other request. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. It's entirely likely. But I don't think there's a way to assign my DMX input remote to anything other than Universe 1. At least I couldn't figure it out when I was on tour with my last tour. Rest in peace, all touring. We're now working from home, boys and girls. Yeah, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to mess it up. It's working. That's the thing. When everything's working, if you go and try to change things, you're going to screw it up. Which sound card? You're listening to my voice through a Scarlett 2i2 Generation 3. Yeah, pour one out for the tours. Pour out a Corona for the tours. Your Procaster sounds completely different. I'd put a compressor on it. Oh, sweet. Okay, Magics will go live soon. Guys, make sure you are following and subscribing Magic's Lighting Controls YouTube channel. They also have some... I didn't really use the sound to light effects too much, but there are some ways that you can... Like, see, you would never, ever in a million years be able to just do this on MA. Just like, takes 2 seconds. Again, every effect has its place, and when I was on tour, we had... I don't know if you saw the tour review video, but we had those magic panels that were like yoked out and rotating. We did the same exact scenario that I'm doing here. And oh, let me show you one other thing. So I'm going to store this to an empty slot here, or an empty... I don't have any empties. I'm just going to store this here. I'm going to show you how you can mix between this and Resolume. I hope I'm actually doing it properly. 1 second. Let me dim down Magix for a second. Yeah, okay, so now you can see, with the exception of that oh, there we go. I think there's just some lag in the network for some reason with capture. So this is a layer that's routed through Resolume. Let me show you here. So in Resolume, this is my like timecode template. It also has like some random busk stuff like I'm putting on the screens right now just so we have some eye candy to look at. But inside of Resolume, there are some options for routing visuals to non-LED screen things. One of those things being DMX fixtures. So this is our output map, our input map, whatever you want to call it. I'm not a video guy, you guys. I just patch this stuff. So you can see, in addition to our main screen that is being NDI'd over into capture, we also have a series of, I believe I put 24 Chauvet epics strip. They're 50 pixels by 1 pixel. And each one of these Lumiverses is listening to, or all right, let me rephrase that. The Lumiverses are outputting, but the fixtures are listening to that layer that I had enabled earlier, if you saw. So DMX map out 1. There's a 1 and a 2, so that I can have 2 different types of fixtures that are mapped to our Resolume output. So I could have like the JDCs on 1 and fade in the JDCs, or fade in the epic strips. So you're not married to any one look. So each one of these is laid out. Whoops. Each one of these is laid out sequentially, and they are outputting ArtNet. So the MA is listening for ArtNet on subnet 6, universes 0 through 7. Let's talk about subnets for a second. So remember how your teacher said that you would always be using math in the real world? Well, here is one of those moments. ArtNet is interesting because it is separated out into networks being like the highest tier. I guess physical network would be first, then network. Then below that you have subnet, and then universe. Universes which start at 0, which is like the most annoying part about ArtNet, in the respect that ArtNet is the only protocol in Lighting world that starts at 0, I believe. Don't quote me 100% on that. But yeah, so in each subnet, there are, you guessed it, 16 universes. So it allows you to spit out a ton of data down an Ethernet line and communicate all this DMX data pretty easily. ArtNet's not like the most efficient way. I prefer streaming ACN, or as I would say in my other videos, scanning ACN, which is incorrect. So you're probably most used to DMX universes consisting of 512 channels. Then you just add another universe, Well, each subnet is the same thing except with bundles of universes. So each subnet is a bundle of 16 universes. And if you know how to count in hex, your life will be a whole lot easier. So I'm outputting on subnet 6. I tend to separate out different like software controls based on subnet. So subnet 6 is what I use for Resolume, okay? For the output at least. So if I go back into our network protocols, save and close. If we go back into our network protocols, you'll see there's a much cleaner ArtNet page and one that says Resolume input at the bottom, which starts at MA universe 131 and occupies 16 universes starting at subnet 6. Okay. Ignore this line. Anytime you have like overlapping data or overlapping network protocols, you'll get one of these invalid X's. Sorry, I can actually delete that. I was using that to test something earlier. You cannot select universe 0 anymore? Weird. Yeah, the stream is going to be uploaded after we're done. Oh, is Josh in here? Aren't you supposed to be playing like Pavlov or something? Everybody say hello to Josh. I'm going to grant him mod privileges real quick. Because our mods are gods. Okay, guys, Josh officially has been added to the Banhammer registry. So be on your best behavior. So as I was talking about these DMX routers, these are sources in Resolume that if you scroll to sources, or sorry, if you click on the sources tab and then you type in router, you can drag and drop a video router into a slot, and then you can change its destination in your advanced output. So you can change this per fixture even, which is pretty crazy. So then you just change your output source, DMX map out 1, which is this guy. And then you can determine which input you can either take directly from another layer, or you can save what I did, all layers below. Oh, you guys want to see something really stupid? I have show control screen capped over NDI, so we can put that on our festival stage. So if we back out a little bit here, this is pretty funny. I mean, stupid, not really useful at all. But what else am I going to be doing? So this is show control via NDI. I'm going to dim down those that matrix output. And we'll kill this. There we go. This is where I see the future of all festivals being. Show control on the screen. Am I stupid? There we go. Oh yeah. Hope I don't show my login information. So someone was asking earlier about what the big go, the big pause, the big go minus, and the big go plus buttons are. Those are referred to as def go forward and def go backward. They control the selected executors. So if you notice, actually you can't tell right here. So if you see on screen 3 over there, we have, I can't put my finger on this because this is a screen cap, but there is a highlighted bright green executor that's 3 wide. That's called our main selected executor. Now you can hold down, this is a fun trick actually. You can hold down select and click multiple executors. And oh, that's crazy. So it'll only show up on my station. So the screen cap is running through a different station. But I've selected a random assortment of executors. And when I hit go, all of them go. And there's no way to oops that. I just have to go through and turn those off now. And I'll keep that one on. Yeah, okay, back to timecode. Sorry, Magic's distracted me, and I got excited about showing you how to merge the data in the MA between Magix and Resloom and MANet. So, sorry about that. I'm not really sorry. So let's get back to talking about timecode. Again, selected executor. You just hit the word select, or hit the button select, click an executor, and now the 3 big buttons. Now remember, the big go button, the big go minus button, and the big pause button are different than small go minus, small pause, and small go plus. These are always linked to your selected executor. They cannot be anything else, ever. So you guys are looking at my taskbar. I'm trying to learn Touch Designer, man, but it's tough. Definitely more focused on Vectorworks right now. Oh, the red indicator LED. That means that the physical position of the fader is off of what it's supposed to be. So if there's a red, I can't really find one right now, but if there's a red one, that means that there's a mismatch. Yeah, so like I was saying, I use this stage as just like my virtual little playground that maxes out at like 5,600 parameters. Yeah, 5683. Somehow it's still outputting to all universes. But yeah. How much does an MA cost? Depends on which one you get. Mine was around 25,000. Yeah, debug production. Yeah. Piss people off. Yeah, I'm waiting for my MIDIcraft 2. Should get here very soon. Yeah, remember, if you guys don't have a console or don't have hardware, MA3D is free. And you can do a lot of this. Like the programming side of things, if you can't program a show in MA3D and using layout views, then you probably I don't want to say you like shouldn't be using a visualizer at all, but if you let me put it this way. When I'm out on the road, I don't have my visualizer pulled up. It's purely for making presentations that I can either stream to you guys or sell to somebody as a plan, right? As a concept. The visualizer is just a pretty image, right? I primarily use layout views to program. Like layout views and worlds, that's all you really need to actually program. And like maybe, again, once you actually get on site, you can update positions, so it doesn't even matter. Yeah, if you can program on layout views in MA3D, yeah. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, back to normal. Yeah, so this stage, this is what I use to program Timecode. Just because it's, fun, pretty standard looking festival style stage. And it has groups of 6, groups of 4, and groups of 3. What more could you ask for? So in addition to like my busking page, there's also a series of pages starting at page like, I want to say 12. Yeah, it's a little higher than that. 21 maybe? Yeah. So starting at page 21. So now you inspired me so much. And I now do the LD for my middle school. Nice. Awesome, Julian. You don't have to give me money, man. You can just I appreciate it. But thank you. You're the best, and I learned so much from you. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you're learning stuff. That's great. Yeah, I'll explain worlds in a second here. This is leading perfectly into worlds and time coding. Okay, we got a little sidetracked, but now I can see the path. So if I am sent like a list of 30 songs that I have to program. This happened a couple weeks ago. It's like, hey, here's 30 songs. We want them done by soon. So normally it takes, okay, before I came up with this new like worlds arrangement with different pages of basically time coding festival stages, I would basically create a page for every song. Let me just click a button here. So song 1, if I hit my macro for song 1, it takes me to page 101, button page 101, and fader page 101 that already have preloaded a bunch of empty sequences that don't do anything yet. it also populates this, whoops. It also populates this cue list that I use as my main sequence. So they give me a list of like 30 songs, right? And I start off by renaming all these tracks. So I have a macro that if I hit it, let's say rename track. So rename which song? Song 1. New name, let's just call it something adventurous like introduction. So I haven't finished this part of the macro yet because I need Lua to do it. Josh, do you want to help me make this? I'll pay you. So that's just a reminder to me that I have to rename this line to introduction. Cool. So now every time I hit the macro for introduction, the page is labeled, the sequence is labeled, and everything is just kind of created for me. The only thing I have left to do is fill in these buttons and play them back to the beat, right? So I used to just do it this way, where, okay, now I'd have to go and record a bunch of different things that I would want to play back during the track. Color bumps, gobo shakes, all sorts of stuff like that, blinder hits. But what I've started doing instead is using a more generic set of pages that have all of like the staples, you know, like bumps to white, strobes, but they're all separated out by worlds. So let's go back, and instead of filling this in and doing timecode how I would do it the old way, let's go back to page 21. I'm going to turn everything off. And since we hit that macro, we have our selected executor as our introduction executor for the song. I hit top and click on it to go to our marking cue. I'm going to turn off our resolume for the moment. Whoop. Dark stage. Just like stages all across the nation right now. So what I'll do with my marking cue is I'll start by creating a general position look using just highlight. Okay, so I selected my fixtures that I want to adjust, beams, hit highlight, and say, okay, we'll do this X fan pan position, mid-level, and then I want to be able to more easily select the fixtures that are in the air. So if I look on this layout view, it's all the fixtures, okay? You can see the beams are mixed in there, right? But I want to have an easy way to just focus on the beams. Pun intended, no pun intended. So I have these worlds down here that allow me to essentially filter what I'm able to access in the layout view and the rest of the whole show file. That's the whole purpose of worlds, is like, well, it's dual purpose, and we'll get into that in a second. Worlds can restrict access, or they can restrict output, kind of like a filter, but only on the output side. Filters restrict what you can put into something, like sequences, and then worlds will restrict output if they're assigned. I'll get into this in a little bit. I went over this a little bit in one of my other videos, but let's just go ahead, select my beams world, which has all my beam fixtures stored to it. And now I can easily select, say, just these. I think, are we missing a row of beams? Do I not have my full complement of parameters? Do I need to upgrade to a full size already? Possibly. Oh no, I'm just stupid. I accidentally grabbed this set. So I'm watching from the front. I could also, or sorry, from the top. This layout view has a little bit better grasp on what I want to do. So we'll go select the beams. We'll go low for these guys, and mid for those, then higher here. So now if I reselect all of them, okay, we've got our position set. Notice since we're using highlight that we don't have any dimmer information, no dimmer values in the programmer. Remember, only things that are in the programmer can be stored to destinations, right? So this red light indicates that we have some position data. The red background means that it is ready to be stored. So I'm going to go ahead and store that by saying store queue .1 from my marking queue and merge it. I'll clear out. The stage is dark. Our marking queue has just that position information. Hey, Julian, how are you? Julian Cohen, thank you for the $10. Again, if there was ever a stream to not donate, this is the one. How worlds work. Hey Collins, what's up, buddy? I'll send you an invoice. So right now we have nothing being output to the stage except for this selected queue for our new song 1 called Introduction. And we are currently in queue .1. There's a difference between, oh, let me go back here. If I hit edit and pull up this executor, you can see we have a bunch of empty queues in here at Q1, or at Q.1, excuse me. I just use Q.1 as my own personal reference as my marking queues. But you can renumber them in any order you want. You don't have to be Q1. You can say store Q .557. And now I've got .557. You can only go 3 digits, by the way. But I don't want that. Instead, we have this one position made, and I have an entire section. If I go to my Beambusk flash page, I have pages made for every fixture type. And each one of these sequences in this top row is the same sequence. Okay, so I've literally done nothing yet except for create that position for those axioms. Okay. We can also give them a color. So we can do orange for our aerial fixtures. And then we'll do a nice violet. Store Q .1. So now when we start flashing in these segments of beams, the only thing that's active besides me tapping these flash buttons is our introduction sequence. If you guys want to know a true MA master, Colin Stenzel, Dead Mouse's LD. He's in here. You guys should go bug him. No, but in all honesty, oh wait. Run 2 simultaneous 30 FPS LTC. It's math, quick maths. Stop looking at chat. Man, I'll do what I want. So anyways, back to worlds. In addition to all these groups that I have on this view, I showed you that we can kind of restrict what we're looking at with these different worlds we have over here. Makes selecting things very easy. But each one of these buttons that I'm flashing is actually the same exact sequence. So you can look up here, it is sequence 145. And you can tell that, let me see if I can pull you up here. Yeah, I'll show you on the on PC station, just because it's easier. So if you see each one of these executors with an orange highlight in the upper left-hand corner, that means that it has a world assigned to it. If it has world 1 assigned to it, technically, yeah, that's a world, but it's also no world at the same time. It's this duality thing it's got going on. But each one of these are sequence number 145. So if I were to call sequence 145, what do you think would happen? So let me just do that. So if I do call, which is on sequence 145, and I hit please, all the dimmer information for that sequence comes in because it's only dimmer information. Make Collins a mod. Oh my God. Okay, I'll make him a mod. Mods are gods. Add moderator. Collins, how's the Evo? Can I put some diagram up about connecting Resolume Magics? What? Is there a way to use the MA3 on PC commanding with MA2? No. Unless you were to like seriously hack it apart yourself and turn it into basically a MIDI controller. Yeah, worlds are, like I said, worlds have this weird dual purpose where you can both restrict access in your programmer. You can also assign it to a specific user. So say if you want to create a world that is only for the conventional lights in a venue or facility, if you're doing like a convention center thing, and you have a separate programmer who maybe has like a web remote or whatever up in a scissor lift, this is like literally an exact situation. It's easier for them to have their own user that has just conventionals in that world and assign that world to their user profile. Then they won't have access to anything else in the show file unless they like log in as admin and then change their privileges, which I think Collins has a workaround for as well. He can brick your console by just starting it up. Delete all your show files right out from under you. Yeah, so there's that purpose for worlds, which I think most people think of worlds as like just for the programmer, but it's really, really powerful for restricting output because you can store a bunch of stuff into one sequence. And then, for example, like all this dimmer information, all these dimmer values are in sequence 145. But since I've gone through and created worlds for, let me just show you here. So if I hit, let's see, let me go to Better Worlds page. This is a good one. So on this worlds page, I have positions in the rig. So if I were to select cell fix center and hit highlight, all of the center lights turn on in the rig. Okay. If I were to cell fix stage right, all the stage right lights turn on, so on and so forth. So I just have a couple of different basic worlds for upstage, downstage, midstage, ground, air, I also segment them into, let me see if I can show you here, these ABC groups. Whoops. So my philosophy is that you should have worlds for not only every fixture type, but every location, every orientation. So if things are yoked out, or if things are flown and pointing down, or if things are on the ground pointing up. And then also segment the stage into thirds, halves, quarters, so on and so forth. So once you have a world for all of those things, you can basically combine what do I want to say? God, Collins, you're making me flustered, man. Why you got to stop by and make me all anxious? The bots are back. Oh my God. Will I use the MA3 software when it's safe to use? I'm waiting for Collins to tell me that it's safe, because he owns an MA3, guys. Yoked out. Can I define yoked out? It's like when you get totally ripped and you no, yoked out is an orientation where normally like a fixture, moving yoke fixture, yoke being the part that is surrounding or holding the head that moves. So the yoke is the part that rotates, and you understand, okay. It's the moving part of the light. But that typically means that when you're in a normal orientation, you'll either be hanging the fixtures and they'll be pointing down, or you'll be setting them on the ground and they'll be pointing up. However, there's a little bit of variability between 0 and 180 degrees. So 90 degrees out is like fixtures are stuck straight out off of the truss or wherever they're mounted to, which can be bad for fixtures, actually. If it's not explicitly like stated as being okay in the manual, it can impose a lot of stressful loads on the mechanics inside of the head, because it's a lot of weight hanging out there, and sometimes fixtures just aren't designed for that. Really light moving heads like Mac 101s all the way up to like small beam fixtures, those are fine to yoke out usually. Always consult the manual. So every fixture type has its own flash buttons that are also accompanied by a set of like kill buttons. And again, this is for like very quickly time coding festival stages, right? So this isn't for if you have a tour that's super intricate and you want to spend a lot of time on. This is for, okay, we have a run of 8 festivals this season, and they all have different lighting rigs. There's no point in getting super intricate with it when you can just create simple, more elegant looks that are timed really well. So that's kind of what I've been working on more lately. So, we got like things like bumps to white. Those are all in here. So we have, oops. How do you deal with yoked out fixtures? They're really annoying for programming. See you, Magix. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, I gotta wash my hands. I touched my face. Collins, do you have something that fixes yoked out positions? That's crazy. Sorry, my chat is a little delayed. Why do I have blue and red sections in my positions tab? That's just a visual way for me to see pan and tilt. So Pan, I think I have it as red. No, pan is blue, tilt is red, and then magenta, you guessed it, pan and tilt. My favorite effect? I don't really have one. I mean, I've been a fan of this one lately, where it's kind of just starts as a V and they just kind of like expand outwards. Looks really cool and like narrow. This is I believe, let's see, how did I do this? It was just it's a fly out, but instead of using tilt, it's just pan from the center in like groups of 8. It's pretty simple. Let me see if I can put it up. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just ramp minus on the pan. Again, like effects, super easy. It's just a high and a low value and a waveform. And then you just have to make the right selection order. That's pretty much it. It's called a bloom. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this one right now. Also got, you know, all sorts of little like one-hit buttons that you can just kind of press and stuff happens. But I haven't really done a whole lot of busking in a while. It's mostly timecode now. That's the same color of your curtains. Awesome. Yeah, I totally did that on purpose for your curtains. Thoughts on Gabe Fabroni? I've met him once. He's a cool guy. He's got a lot of awesome designs. Who wouldn't want to be Gabe? Super cool. I hear he likes the super spikies. Okay, so let's go back to timecode for a bit here. I'm going to pull up Reaper on the side, because not everybody has CDJs. I understand that. Average time to program a 4-minute timecode song, it totally depends. I mean, it depends on how repetitive it is, depends on the structure of the song, but I'm pretty slow, honestly, if I'm going to be totally honest. For a 4-minute song, probably like 6 hours from start to finish, like to get it dialed. The timecode rack here, I don't know if I can show you. It's pretty simple. Let me put something up so I don't have emptiness. The timecode rack is pretty simple. It is a UPS, CyberPower UPS, with a distributalizer, a gigabit fiber switch with OM3 fiber, quad Opticon, eye connectivity, audio interface so that I can send that into Resolume. It's got like a back panel that has PowerCon in and through. That's about it. There's not a whole lot to it. Oh, also it has a, what is that? I forget what it's called. Oh yeah, the MA2 Micro. It's a MIDI interface that takes SMPTE LTC and translates it to MTC. I use that as a backup timecode slot. If console fails and I have a PC in session, it's just a mirror of the timecode. So at any given time, I'll have the PC in session that is listening to the MA2 Micro, translating it, or not translating it, just using it as MIDI timecode into the session on a different slot, onto slot 2. And then slot 1 is in through the back of the console with audio SMPTE that I get fed from our Ableton playback rig. Time-coded coffee machine? No. Not yet. That sounds like a Doug Fleener thing. So we've got... Keep getting off track. I'm so sorry. So we've got our position with our beams. I've also got a page where all of those same hits are duplicated. So we have like a staccato type hit. We're gonna do like left, right, left, right, left, right. And then I also have a page that is more of like a fadeaway, like a half-second fade. Same with all of the color hits. 23 flash. Yeah, so I also have like white hits that fade away. This is across all fixture types. So every 2 pages, there's a whole bank of buttons that, you know, I've made to just do stuff. You know, stuff that I would like normally just have to program dozens of times for a set. I just do it all in advance in my template file. You guys are the real troopers. Focus? I can't, man. I've never had this many people watching me. I feel like I'm naked. "2 seconds to receive the signal from QLab?" That doesn't make any sense. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. The only delay that should be involved is the processing delay between what's generating it and then like the speed of light delay, or the speed of electromagnetic wave propagation. I'm stupid when it comes to Lua. I think I have one plugin that doesn't even work. I made a page for making them though. So I tried to make one, and it took me like a whole evening, and then it didn't work at all. Nice new background. Oh, thanks. It's fake brick wallpaper. I said, oh, okay, I can't say the other, the naked word. I almost said something else. The Forza streams. Oh my God. Okay. I need to turn off chat. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know if we have time to do show control right now. Yeah, Josh, can I pay you to like get me book learned on Lua? Okay, so let's pretend like we make a fake timecode song. I'm just gonna run a stripe. Okay, so this song is playing. The offset is 10 minutes. If I pull up our edit window here for timecode, then we have a couple of options here. We can hit record, and as soon as we do that, the MA is going to be, or MA, I don't know why I say the MA, it's stupid. MA is going to be listening for any playbacks that get touched. So Things that don't respond to timecode recording are group masters, special masters. Pretty much any of the masters, actually, none of the masters will respond. So you can move your GM as much as you want, and in fact, that's kind of a good way to modulate intensities between different rigs. So you can program everything at full, and then worry about just moderating levels once you are actually running the show. We have the rest of the summer festival season to do nothing. Yeah. Can you use the on PC for ArtNet output? No, not unless you have parameters unlocked or you are. No. Show control to switch pages as well. Yeah, I read plugin one line for line. I'm an idiot. What can I say? I don't know any like actual programming languages though, so I think that's like my main hang up with it. Okay, so MA is listening, our Stripe is playing back, and our tracks are all ready to be played back. So for example, we could do a couple of different flashes at different rates, different groups. Do like something like that. So all of those actions were recorded, and you can see we've got a big old list. Maybe you can't really see. The glare in here is pretty bad. I think I gotta get a better streaming setup. I got a good setup for like recording videos, but live streaming with the camera above, it's like a disaster. So the timecode is still playing back. I don't know if you can see that, but we still have Reaper playing back into timecode slot 1. If I restart, I know there's no audio, and I hit play. You can pull up our graphic and zoom out a little bit, and we can see all of our buttons that we hit now have little dots and master levels below them. So you can also stop. You can make tweaks to the timings of everything, which is a rabbit hole that you will spend many, many hours getting yourself out of. A lot of times it's easier to just delete the whole track and re-record it. Yeah, Collins, I saw that article about the Giaffo. He made some crazy translator, OSC translator. It's pretty sick. Way above my pay grade. Stream titles. How do we still have 730 people in here? It's been an hour and it's been 2 hours and 15 minutes, you guys. That's wild. So now you may be wondering, how does this relate to this main sequence that we just made? So again, this main sequence is more for like structural things of the track. So we have like a introduction for our track called Introduction. Then you could have something like drum fill, breakdown, riser. These are just like a typical arrangement for a random EDM track. Then you have like riser, percussion, break, and then drop, right? So in addition to all of those hits that are happening, I'm just going to record. Tap our pool item, hit record. Introduction is playing. Again, we're just pretending here because I don't actually have the audio. Say our drum fill happens there. Then we hit our breakdown. Then we wait. You can skip forward in your timeline as you're programming. Of course, you don't have to wait for the whole song. You probably listened to it 100 times by now. And we'll just add in some points here. Break, drop. Okay, so now we have kind of a skeletal framework of a generic track that is playing back through timecode. So everything's playing here, and then you also have a separate track for our main sequence, and you can see those arrows are indicating our go forward buttons. I can't play any music because I will get demonetized. Actually, let me see if I can route it. I do have some royalty-free stuff. Collins, if you want to sell your MA3, I will buy it. Probably not for the price you want, though. Some real EDM shit, guys. Is that too loud? I can't tell. I don't have headphones to monitor the output. You can't see, but there's a CDJ over here. That's what's making the noise. All right, I'll turn down the music 1 second. Sorry for destroying your eardrums. There's no bass? Oh my god. The little knob here says otherwise. Okay, let me show you show control. Sorry, NDI's taken a bit of a hit. Where in the world? Hang on. I really need to invest in a proper streaming setup. The OBS setup just isn't cutting it anymore. We've got like 4 different computers as sources, and they all have different cook times. Okay, so here's TC Supply, show control. I have loaded up a track in deck number 2, which you can see is live indicated by the red highlight. But in order to assign an offset to this, we need to add it to a set list. So I'll do that real quick and assign it as a 10-minute offset, starting at 10 minutes. So now every time that track is loaded onto any of the decks, that offset will be assigned to it. And if you notice, there is a layer A and a layer B assignable. This is also controlled through the MA via ArtNet. Again, show control is just like a fixture in that, let me show you here. I can go to my video page, grab show control layer A, and I can switch its assignment to say, there you go. So you can automate which layers are assigned to which decks. I tend to just leave A and B on decks 2 and 3 respectively. Seems to work pretty well. And then using macros and another automation timecode pool item, you can have MA know which deck is playing which song coming up next, and then assign whichever layer or whichever timecode slot is not currently active. You can assign the inactive slot to the pool item for the next song. So it's like leapfrogging, right? Because you're always going to be going between A and B until you get into like 4 deck shows. Then you're just it's actually not that much worse. We've done 4 deck shows with 4 layers with two show control laptops, because each one has its own individual assignments. It's not like the whole network has the same assignments for each player. It's per computer. So you can have computer A assigned as layers, assign player 1 to layer A and player 2 to layer B, and then you can also have another laptop in the network where player 3 is another layer A, and they don't interfere with each other. It's pretty cool. Like Scott and I use that on the festival shows, and we have the old DJ rig that's like 2 DJMs and 4 CDJs. Oh, I forgot to run my XLR cable out of my distributilizer into the MA. 1 second. Professional streamer. Professional YouTuber. That's me. Okay. Six deck shows, yeah, the DJ MV10. We'll make it happen. Yeah, that keybind is supposed to be active. I just don't have a setup for just show control. So if I hit play over here, or hot cue, layer A is coming down the pipeline and going into the distripalizer. And it lands at the console. $2.5 hours, yeah. It's hard. I mean, there's a lot of things to consider. Okay. So let's just make the outline here. I'm gonna unname these. And I'm just gonna do a couple listens through and make the skeleton for this track. So this section has claps, so I just call it build claps. We have a little mini break coming up. I'm looking at the waveform. Drum build. Double time. Quad time. Break. Synth. Reverse a little, or back up a little bit. And I'll just listen to the song a couple times. Get a little mini break here. Drop again. Again, I'm just kind of mentally noting this out. We're going to fill all this stuff in later and actually record it later. This is a bass hit. Reverse. Reverse into. This is all a bunch of shorthand that I use. You can name it whatever works best for you because you're the one who's going to have to deal with the data management. Reverse into... what is that? Noise. Chant. Things like those like little chants and synth hits, those, I mean, you can put them, like you can denote them in these sequences, but sometimes it's not really worth it. Again, I just do the structural stuff in here. So this is synth build 2. Bottoms up. Oh, that looks weird. Yeah, these are IKEA cups. Yeah, this is like the best non-monetizable track that I could find. It's a very very Vinai. Okay, drum build. Double. Quad filter. Down. Break. Synth. Drop. Remember, you can like keep up in your mind. You don't have to replay it all the time. You know how it's gonna go. You've listened to the song before, right? My Pelican water bottle? I'm not that rich, dude. Okay, so outro. So our main structure is like 32 cues. Now we get to go back through and listen to the song. Spinnin' Records has good no copyright music. I doubt it. Guys, I don't have a set of headphones to monitor the audio. Or you guys shouldn't be hearing it through the mic though. Like I have it very, very low through my speakers here. And then I have an auxiliary send going to the stream. Yeah, this will be uploaded pretty much immediately after the stream's done. Sometimes YouTube takes a little time to process, but generally pretty good. So now we can go back, and one of my pet peeves about these tracks is like having an element that starts right at the beginning of the track, because it gives me no time for the SMPTE to pre-roll and catch up. Spinnin' Records has good copyright music. Press X to doubt. That's funny. Yeah, it's a cardioid mic. This is like... I mean, I could put on the lav. Should we put on the lav? Don't make me put on the lav, Josh. I'll do it. You know it's good when it has to be taped in a very specific... Oh, there's my phone number. Not that you can't find it elsewhere. But yeah, you know it's good when it has to be taped in a very specific orientation. Otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, so now comes the fun part. You guys wanted to watch. Just listening to the song and recording these actions. And you could go back and adjust all these. As long as you could kind of rough it in, you can then go back and adjust the timings of things. I already messed it up. So if you mess up, you can hit stop, edit timecode, and all of these recently recorded things can just be deleted. I'm also going to delete these. Oh, and remember, anytime you're in record mode, literally any executor thing that you do is going to get recorded. But you'll mess that up, just like everybody else does when they start time coding. Yeah, actions first, then the data. Same story. There are a couple different record modes. I use Go 2. So go to record mode means that it doesn't matter, like it's not recording the action of go forward, it's recording go to cue, which is super important if you want to keep things straight. I already messed this up. Just gonna go from the build. Delete those ones in between, and then you can shift them forward and backward. So double build. Festival programming template, I made it. This is just my imaginary stage that happens to have perfect groups of 6 and 12 and 4. Yeah, this capture stage is on Patreon if you want to check it out. You can always subscribe and unsubscribe and you don't get charged for it. Especially in times like these, when we're all out of jobs. I actually got my tour that was supposed to start next week got pushed back twice. Not the end of the world. Thankfully, I was prepared for the worst. So I'm not stressing about it, but there are a lot of people out there who are. So I have to be considerate of that. Yeah, hoodies are in stock too. There's a link in the description of this video, or you can go to my website. Is Capture able to display special effects? Like, oh, sorry, I saw you ask that question earlier. Not really, not like effectively. If you are running through a queue list and want to enable timecode inline when you leave a manual section of the show to it, I just have macros that automate all that. If there's a song that doesn't have timecode, then I just run it manually, and then as soon as the show recognizes that it's in a part of the set that has timecode, it flips over to timecode mode. I don't have one for the other way around. Yeah, Lewis got delayed until a while. I don't know if it's public info. We got virused, boys. We got virused hard. Okay, so now I'm gonna play back through this. I can go and edit. So I'm actually going to remove this synth cue from the timecode and change it to a follow cue. Oops. So now we see we just have Q2 goes into Q4, but we can make Q3 a follow cue, meaning that its trigger mode is follow and set to start. It'll start going to that cue as soon as the previous cue has finished. So if there's a fade time involved, the follow will wait until the fade time is completed, and then it will begin. And you can also add, sometimes I add just a little bit of like a 0.1 second trigger time after the follow. That'll like, because sometimes I will have like builds from the previous cue, and then I want there to be a slight hold before the release if it fades out in the next cue. So for example, oh, gotta hit play, Christian. And then you can add a fade to that. So, for example, we could throw in the blinders there as our hit, and then fade them out in the synth cue where the synth comes in. I'm also going to delete all those things that I recorded earlier, because now that we're actually doing this, it's totally messing me up. So double time needs to advance. So I'm going to do the same thing with Q10, get it out of timecode playback and instead change it to a follow. Because those two things happen at nearly the same time, it doesn't really make sense to have them as separate timecode actions, timecode events. So I'll basically do the exact same thing as before, maybe double the fade time. Here's a fun one. You can actually do negative trigger follow times. Hey Mitchell, thanks for the kind words, man. So during that break hit, when that triggers, I want there to be like a 3-second fade down of something. I don't know yet exactly what. And then 1 second, or let's do 1.5 seconds before that fade out starts, I want the synth cue to follow. So we just type in negative 1.5, meaning that that cue will start following 1.5 seconds before the previous cue finishes. I haven't used the markers in Reaper. I know a couple people do that. I don't. I love time coding now. It's way more fun. I think I might have confused this for a different part of the track. It's okay. Yeah, Anthony, if you just make, so I have a cue, or excuse me, I have a macro on my like main playback page that is just set, it's auto play show. So as soon as we are done doing our changeover and we've checked everything, I've made sure all the lights are working still, and we're doing our roll call for go for show, right as we're like 10 seconds out, I will hit the autoplay button and use the Grandmaster to kind of hide any sort of weird transitions when I hit that macro. And then from there, the entire show just rolls on because of these additional timecode automation pool items that I have. So these, whenever they hear that the timecode is within a certain segment, it will turn off all other timecodes and status call the timecode that's supposed to be playing. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, you can load. Yeah, you can. Michael's right. You can load park fixture 1 through and walk away. Yeah. If you're in a world that has nothing in it. Yeah, it literally, Doug, that's a great analogy. It literally is go for launch. It's, be over the intercoms and our stage manager when we're, 5 minutes out from show. 5 minutes is a pretty it's normal time for us because that gives us enough time to troubleshoot any weird things. It's enough time to restart a computer if something shits the bed. We only had one failure the whole last tour, and that was a Resloom computer, which was a bummer. But it's just, it restarts and it's fine. So the roll call is usually starting with audio, playback land, make sure playback is good to go. They'll confirm that they're ready for the show. Then we'll just move down the line. Lights, video, timecode, front of house audio, SFX. Everyone's just like, yep, go for show. Yep, we're good. And then once the roll call is done, then we begin our countdown towards when our set is supposed to start. And at that point, I hit the play show macro, the money macro, where I just kind of get to. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet to do everything and then watch it all just play back exactly as you envisioned it. But yeah, narrating this and actually doing it in real time are a lot different. Actually, let me show you this for an example. So let's say I had another track. That had an offset. That had an offset of a different kind, obviously, because it's a different track. So we'll put this at 20 minutes. I didn't turn off the bass of this song. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Literally, there's nothing. I guess I could do direct monitor and see what you guys are talking about. 1 second. That's not right. That's not right. shit. Whoops. I'm sorry. Did I just destroy your guys' speakers? Oh my god. I thought I muted it, I'm sorry. As we watch the viewership sharply decline. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's my bad. Okay, wait, you lost the mic? You guys can't hear me? No, you can hear me. Yeah, give me a break. I'm a lighting guy. The lights are right here. They're hidden. I need to store those as a zoom with a zoom. A zoom. So go to narrow, store Q.1. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just paranoid about doing the sound. So the thing about MA is you can't really, there's no way to offset it. You have to do that externally. There's no way to offset the timecode in MA. I'm going to turn the video off so I can focus on the lights. Although here's a good, since we have show control running, I can show you guys. So we're all understood that A and B is basically like left and right time code, and each one is a mono signal. So inside of Resolume, all I have to do, since this is connected to the timecode rack, go to our audio preferences, iConnectivity ASIO driver, and assign our inputs here. Now when I hit play on the CDJ, we have timecode on A, but not on B. But if I were to play B, or switch the assignment so they're both on A and B, so now we have two streams of timecode. Turn the delay off. And this is just my my SMPTE test card that I use in lieu of having actual content. So this is just to confirm that the right clips fire at the right time, and confirm that we're not getting any weird framiness or jumps. And it looks pretty good. What's even funnier is you can see it on our on our stage. Very funny, I know. Haha. Yeah, if there's anything that stream has taught me, it's that I need to invest like probably $3,000 in like actual streaming gear. I can't deal with the OBS stuff anymore, and like 3 separate computers. Yeah, Collins, when's your live stream? I'll host you. Wait, yeah, but you can't do negative offset in there, right? I guess you wouldn't need to ever, though. Yeah, I forgot about that. I don't ever use that. Yeah, so what Collins is saying, and I totally forgot about, he's totally right. If you go to yellow ball options, there is an offset amount that you can put in here. So I suppose you could delay with a macro. So I guess it would be kind of annoying though to do for every show. You just have a macro that's like assign time code 1 through 49 / offset equals blah blah blah. Collins, do you go out front of house with your laser disto and do a milliseconds calculation? So all these like little plucky things, the plucky synth, I would probably go to our specific page for this, because remember, Song 1 also has a page for individual stuff that's not baked into the stuff I already have programmed. Is it possible to set GMA2 Speedmasters by show control? Well, I'm glad you asked. The answer is yes. So if I go to my show control page, page 50, not only you can't see what I'm doing here. Actually, I guess I could whip the webcam around. So we have telnet from show control. I'm not moving this fader, by the way. Wait. So this is me moving the fader on the DJM, okay? This is done with, This is done with translation software called Show Cockpit. The DJM 900 is connected over Ethernet using RTP MIDI. So this goes down the same line as show control. It all hits the same switch, and all I have to do is click the little on button on the mixer for MIDI control. And then I also have Speedmasters for every player. So this is me. I'm moving the tempo slider on the CDJ number 2, and it's just linked in with Telnet. So you might be asking, well, why do we have 4 Speedmasters then? Well, you can extract those values from those Speedmasters and assign those to Speedmaster 1 or whatever you use for your effects and the rest of your show. So I'm not quite done with this part of the show file yet, but there is, I'm working on basically a show control monitor, which shows which decks are active and what state they're in. And based on its current status, it can tell like, okay, well, if deck 1 is playing right now and the fader's up, then that means the next track is not going to be on deck 1. The next track is going to be on any of the other decks. And so when it's listening to see, okay, which deck is either getting a cue or play signal and what is its fader position. And so based on that, it can determine which deck is going to be playing the next track, assign the layer in show control, and then assign the right timecode slot to the song that just got loaded. That's my project for this weekend. So after I shut down here, go make some custom gobos for my show control feedback window. And yeah, start making variables and dummy buttons. Hey, Erica. Nice to see you in the chat. Jesus. Tap on my photo. Transitions between time-coded songs, that's kind of that's a tough thing. With the way that MA deals with timecode pool items. Like you can, if you have a full set, like that the artist never deviates from, then you can do a really good job of hiding those transitions. Or you can just make it all one stripe and not worry about transitions at all. But I tend to just set my transition points in this timecode automation pool item. So this is always listening to timecode slot A, or timecode slot 1, excuse me. And how do I want to describe this? I'll do every song independently all the way through, unless I know for certain there's parts that aren't going to be included in it, then I just won't program those parts. But then once they all start to kind of come together, I can pick different points during the transitions where I want to switch over to song number 2. You can run 2 at once, but it's kind of rare to have independent SMPTE lines for a live show or anything like that for each track. It's really like a start-stop kind of deal. And then with DJs doing show control, I mean, if you want to get, I mean, I guess you can get crazy with release values during certain parts, and then like, you know, thinking way ahead where, you know, you only have, since everything is, you know, tracking, you could have release values at the end of one song where certain, you know, where nothing overwrites each other. It's just continually on. I guess you could do that. Can you show your macros? Can you show also the layout of your console? How do I generate those SMPTE signals and color bars for Resolume? I just made them in Adobe Premiere. What DMX profile do I use for Resolume? I mean, they're all just like custom fixture types that I built. You got the sauce? Wait, which sauce? The chat's delayed like 2 minutes for me. You wish someone did the same thing as I do, but for Camsys? Well, you can do it. Why don't you do it? How to send DJM MIDI to FOH? Let me show you. This guy. It is, what is it? iConnectivity IP, or wait. iConnect MIDI 4 Plus. The DJM 900 plugs into this. So this is a host for the DJM. And then it just networks into the switch that the CDJs are plugged into. You can also plug all sorts of other toys into here and get MIDI from the DJ booth to front of house. But yeah, this is the way I'm doing it right now. It's pretty cheap too. I think this is like 300 and something bucks, and it works great. Like it just plugs into the USB. There's two USB A and B on the top of the DJM 900 Nexus 2. There's one on the 900 Nexus. I think this will also work with the 900 Nexus. It doesn't have to be Nexus 2. I haven't tested it though yet. So yeah, it just plugs in USB cable, and then you can map any control to Show Cockpit. Pretty clever. How do I deal with changes in song arrangements with timecode? So say you double, okay, that is annoying. Kevin is saying like, what happens if the artist says, oh man, well, we want to switch up the arrangement or change the BPM, anything like that. BPM doesn't matter with show control because you can pitch the SMPTE up and down. Like I've experimented with up to 10% plus or minus. Technically 5% is like the limit for the Rosendahl MIF that I use for the second input. But I've gotten it to 10% plus and minus just fine. But you're talking about what happens when they like change the structure of the actual track before it is pitched up or down. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of a bummer. Like sometimes you just have to re-record stuff or move it. Josh has a util or a Lua or a macro that he wrote. I think it's Lua that he wrote. If he's still in the chat, where basically just multiplies all of. It takes like the first timecode point and takes a percentage of the BPM change, or takes the BPM change as a percentage change, and then adjusts the offset of every following timecode event by that percentage. Maybe I hope I described that correctly. I don't have anything like that in my show file. I got to work on some new stuff. I got it's like some old tricks. I got some old shit in here. Bumper shoot video. I'm gonna work on it this week. I'm trying. Yeah, Show Cockpit is basically just a translator. I don't mean that in like a derogatory way. It's great. Like I use it on every tour now. I've got a couple licenses for it. I think I'm going to hit a few questions from the Patreon. Let's see what we got here. I copy pasted a couple of the ones that I wanted to answer. So I'll do that real quick. And I think honestly, like I might just show you guys a little bit more about the timecode thing, but it takes a long time to do tracks, and I won't be able to finish it up today. I think I've showed you guys that like you just make the skeleton, make the main sequence, make a page and a set of macros for every song, and then record the button presses, and then later go in and fill it in with your programming for actual data. That way you don't really like pigeonhole yourself. You're a translator. Luca Sarace asks, can you talk about what steps you do to get a fully working show file with all the timecode cues being okay with just 1 hour of pre-programming before a show? Yeah, I mean, that all comes down to cloning. It's a process of PSR and cloning. So I take this file to whatever festival we're going to do, and hopefully, if everything goes well, at least a week before the show, they will send me basically a show file that has all the patch information, all the 3D information for the stage, and I import that into my template file using a process called PSR. Whoops. Privacy. There was nothing sketchy on there. So PSR is just a way of importing data from one show called other show into my show. Wait, Mike lost? Hey. Hey. Mike check 1 2. Sorry. Yeah, Andy, I'm about to read your question actually, right after Luca's. I could use the lav. I'm gonna buy a nice like headset mic that comes like an alien. Look like an alien. Is this better? Does social distancing count with microphones? Is this 6 feet? 6 feet minimum? Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, so you get your PSR file, hopefully, from whoever's running the festival, the lighting, and you import that with PSR. It looks something like this. So you go to your backup menu once you're in your show file. You go partial show read, and let's just go. Here, let me pick something useful. We'll do. We have EDC in here. EDC Mexico. I don't think it's in here. Okay, anyway, so you select a show that they sent you. If it's the right version, Jesus. Were they really running an old software version on that? Oh no, they ran 3.8, that's why. So I can't do that one. This one will work. So this is the Lights All Night PSR. Or part of it. Weird. So you highlight the fixtures you want to bring in. If you want to bring in any fixtures, use other, or you can use the wizard. Use other. And then you just hit prepare. This is the top secret part of lighting. This makes you the big bucks. The big bucks. While your setups merge and your attributes become one with another. I need to clean up my show file. It's trash. Seriously, it's really bad. Okay, so we're now like partial show read initialized, but we can't be in a session. So I'll just temporarily destroy this. Boom. Now we can go back into partial show read. And there's nothing in here because that is just a PSR file. So once we do that, the PSR file imports the layers from their show into mine. That wasn't a good example. Let me grab a different flash drive. You guys like my hairy arms? Jesus Christ. Hairy arms. Okay, here's a good example. Let's take our tour show. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go from the KCMO show. Okay, so now here we have our festival rig plus the rig you saw earlier all in one file. So let me delete those. So I'll go into patch. I'm going to delete those template ones. Delete. And if your PSR file is managed well, and you manage your data correctly, and you don't overlap with fixture IDs, so that's one important thing to remember. You can only have one fixture ID for every fixture in your file. You can't overlap. So now, PSR in the show file we were just working on, pretending it's a festival file. We can see, oh, we got all of this, all these fixtures. I don't want to use those last ones. I don't want the bitmap. I don't want the CDJ monitors. I'm just going to start at the Vipers. I don't need those QPICs. I don't need the CO2. Right there. So use other, prepare. Did we miss 420? Oh my God. Dear God. Now we wait. We continue to wait. Do you think if I asked MA really nicely, oh shoot, you know what I should have done? I should have done Q&A questions while the PSR was running. Okay, so now we got both the tour rig, which has 1000s as the offset. In retrospect, should have gone a little higher than that. You also notice that my universes are like way off. I start at like 71. That's so that when I PSR, most of the time, like 99% of the time, the festival is going to be starting at universe 1, and that's how their MA file is going to be laid out. And they're going to, you know, spots are going to be fixture series 100. So on and so forth. Hey, Chris, glad to hear that you're enjoying the stream. So the fest clone stage has been imported. I'm going to save. And now I have an empty layout view called house. Sometimes it's called festival. Just call it fest for now. And I have, normally, this is my actual start file, I have a line of groups that is usually empty. So it'll be group, delete group 401 through 415. So usually that whole row in the middle there is where I populate all of the PSR fixture groups. So since I put everything into one nice tidy layer instead of individual layers per type, we'll have to go to choose fixture type and highlight, create my group starting at 401, create all. And now there are my 9 groups. They won't show up in the visualizer because this is a different patch. Now I can say, just grab all these. And since there's 3D information associated with them, when I store them to this festival layout view, hit arrange, camera, front 2D. There's always some stragglers. So now we have our festival stage imported and we can start cloning. Oh shit, Eric's in the chat. What's up? More moderator power is bequeathed. Seriously, does anybody know if there's any auto moderator thing that I can change so those bots don't get through? Is that like a problem on YouTube now? Lighting Nerds podcast where I'm not convinced that it's not Colin's doing, that's for sure. Not of his doing. So yeah, you PSR the festival file into your show. You can then from there clone your fixture types and then use the cloning UI, which is actually pretty good. It's like the one UI in MA that's actually worth something in my opinion. Then you can of course make your various worlds to make cloning easier, obviously. So I'd grab my spots, throw those in the spots world, all the blinders in the blinder world, axioms in the beam world. And then from here, I can start making selections and cloning away. Because remember, you want to clone all of your data from your existing file because everything's laid out and programmed how you like it in your file. You just need to take all of the fixture IDs in your PSR file that you're given by the festival or whoever, and then match up as closely as you can your template file and like stretch it to fit basically. That's a process that you start from the inside and work out and you just kind of do everything in sections, and then from there it really just kind of auto plays. It's magic. Like when you have a solid time coded show and you can just show up and most of your layout views are already done and you do all the cloning at home on the computer or on a console, then you really just have to get to site and update positions. And even then it's like pretty spot on. And then everything just goes. The hits always hit right. It's pretty sweet. I'm going to load back into the other show file that actually has stuff we were working on. I keep touching my face. Daily reminder, wash your hands. Nightbot for modding. Close what window? Oh, the visualizer window? I mean, there's nothing going on those faders. You can see all the buttons on the screen above that. It's there for a reason. How can I connect the old CDJ 2000 Nexus to send timecode or BPM to my lighting software? You can use Time Lord. That will work with Nexuses, Nexi. PSR is for any pool item between files. So let me just show you a different one. You don't have to even, if you want to PSR other stuff, watch. You don't even have to hit, you don't have to select any fixtures. You can just hit prepare. And now we wait, then I can do Q&A. I feel bad I didn't really get to any of these questions. I like specifically made a point to like have people put questions in the comment section. Whoops. Also, please don't judge me. We can't go get our haircut. I do not have a Discord. I'm going to be going for about another 30 minutes. So once we pop into partial show read, we've got a list of things. These are all pool items. Everything that's in red means that PSR means partial show read. So instead of loading the whole show file, you're like, I'm going to take these groups and these positions and these timecode pool items, these sequences, and you can merge them into your existing file. So for example, everything in red here means that there is a discrepancy between, let's say, macro number 1 in my show file and macro number 1 in the PSR show file that I just loaded. So for example, all of these are the same. Let's find one that's different, because obviously it has to be. I'm assuming it's probably one of the song macros. Yep. So you can see in the PSR file, we have the same macro ID number, but the difference is in the, there's something different either about the name or about the content of it. I happen to know that these macros are definitely different. And if I were to add this and overwrite, that macro has just overwritten the same macro number in my macro pool. Same thing with like sequences or really anything. So you don't have to do the whole process of exporting to an XML file unless you need to like modify something. You can just do it with partial show read. The one disadvantage obviously being that you have to do it while you're out of a session. So like all these green things are the same between the files, but like, oh shoot, maybe I forgot that I updated this sequence. And maybe I only updated a couple cues in here that I want to change. Like, okay, I just want this cue and this cue. I hit Control to select multiple ones. And then I can merge all that. So you can see PSR is super powerful, not only for importing fixture IDs and profiles, but also pages, timecode pool items, macros. Yeah. And then once you do that, you can do your cloning. I'm just going to do a separate video on cloning altogether. Should we turn the Resloom back on? Or wait, no, let's do, kind of want to put the epic strips back on. XML editing is useful, yeah, but just don't tell MA because then they'll shadow ban you from the MA lighting group. Good times. Yeah, that's where cloning comes into play. Like, it's not 100 of each fixture type, right? It's seriously just this stage that I've built in imaginary land. There's nothing special or crazy about it. Though I do need to get rid of this stuff. God, those are awful. SL bar 720 ZTs. I was not a fan. It's like an overweight X4 bar. Yeah, separate cloning vid for sure. And then I'm going to make an actually detailed, like these live streams, like if I were to sit down and actually timecode a track, we would be sitting here and you'd just be watching me, like, which is kind of what you're doing anyway. But I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. It's just a lot easier to, like, if I can have a specific set of screen capture set up and I can show you in detail what I'm actually doing. This is more just like informational for an overview. Have you taken questions from yesterday's vid? I've been kind of too busy just talking. There hasn't been a moment to really stop. I'll take a few here real quick. FedEx is outside spreading the virus right now. Let's see. Sander Brinky asks on Patreon, how would you write a macro that would make every loaded queue go, but only execs with loaded queues? So there's a big difference between selected and loaded. So he's talking here about loaded queues, which are kind of annoying in MA because for multiple reasons. One thing, you can't set them as your next go. You would have to also select them, which is stupid. You could do this with macros, but it would be like super convoluted, and I'm sure there's a Lua way to do it, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah, 510 nitros suck. SL bars suck. And it was the only thing we could get that was a moving batten. Yeah, go if loaded macro would be sick. I don't know if you can do it in a macro though. You'd have to do some weird variable shit and some variable stuff. Andrew Kelk, do you have a system for producing colors with all fixture types to be most accurate for different cameras' color spaces? I'm sure this would depend on the event as well. It's not something I really consider with like the type of shows I do, to be honest. I don't know. I'm not smart enough for that one. Just so you guys know, we're going to wrap up in about 20 minutes here. I wanted to hit the 4-hour mark. The default values in the Nitro profile suck. You got to make your own. You can't trust anybody's profile. Man, if you trust someone else's profile and then you clone. Oh, welcome back, Collins. Everybody, can I get claps in the chat for Collins? Let's see. A different Christian asks, do you use the control attribute position M speed in any of your effects? No. No. Any of those sort of control channels, unless I need to do like, here's the thing. Unless the control channel offers more granularity and control than I would otherwise have with just a DMX 16-bit pan movement. It doesn't make any sense. Those type of channels are basically like, I don't want to say like a holdover from a bygone era, because people still use really old consoles to control fixtures. That comes from a time when like you just had preset scenes that you couldn't really fade between, and you needed to set the fade time for a movement that was so the speed was not too fast. Does that make sense? So it's like if you have position, or if you have a controller that only does like presets without fading, that's a good way, I guess, to fade your movement. Yeah, the other thing is like attributes are just named whatever the person who wrote the profile wants them to be. Like they could be named whatever, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is the translation to DMX. Can you show me what you stored in the button? I don't know what you mean. Oh, which button? Oh, I'm not in a session. I'm an idiot. That's the other thing. Once you hop out of a session, don't forget to hop back in. Let's see. I think I answered a lot of these questions just in the video, not like explicitly answering them. All right, Tom O'Driscoll on yesterday's YouTube video. I'm 14, but already do a bit of lighting. How do you get started, and can you use an iPad to remotely control the desk if you're on the same network? Because I saw somewhere, but I'm not sure how. Yes, absolutely. You totally can. You just have to log in as... No, you don't even log in as a user technically with the iPad or with the web remote. You just navigate to... well, you first have to connect a wireless access point to your session, which is not that hard to do, really not at all. And then once you do that, you can type in the IP address of your console. And then it'll hit you with a prompt to log in. Just log in as... I don't even think do they let you log in as admin anymore on the web remote? For some reason, I feel like they don't do that anymore. Anyways, you can just log in as a user on the web remote, and that's pretty much it. Then you basically get a dumbed down programmer, and then access to a couple pools, as well as some exec pages with sliders. An O'Driscoll. Here's an interesting question, I think. What from Tadas? You guys got some interesting names, I'll give you that. I would like to ask what you think the percentage of the industry is using MA2, what percentage is using AVO or CAMSYS, and how it differ in different productions, theater, small shows, pop shows, etc. There's no accurate information on the market distribution, so your opinion would be great. Yeah, I mean, this is like purely an opinion thing. The type of shows I do, it's 95% MA. MA2 specifically. Which, I mean, I guess is cool that everybody is using the same hardware. It makes it easy so that when I need to request gear, there's a high likelihood that it's already there. So that's pretty nice. But more to your point, I don't know overall. I mean, I don't know the exact numbers. I know the serial number of my console, and I know that I see a lot of them. So if I were to like ballpark it worldwide, you can't even ballpark it. There's so many small venues. I mean, I'm sure the most popular DMX controller in the world is like probably Show Express. Where's the color picker 100 from? That's just the layout number. This. Yeah. That's just the number of the layout in the layout pool. So I've got layouts for fixture selections, layouts for playback. Gaff Tape Poppy. What is your favorite thing about being an LD? Also, what is a genre of music or band/artist you would we be surprised you listen to? I listen to a fair bit of prog metal. I'm a huge fan of like Periphery and the like. Nothing too cringy. I try to stay away from cringe metal. But I'm definitely not like a metalhead by any means. I do like to listen to it though, because it's so technical, and I love the drums in it. What can I say? My favorite thing about being an LD, I forgot to answer that part of it. I don't know. It's like I've always been that kind of person who really likes assembling things and building things, and then like after tearing it apart. And I think that this is like the perfect combination of having some sort of artistic expression, even though it gets totally destroyed by how much I work. So, yeah. Saw you backstage at EDC Mexico. Hope to see you again. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope our gigs come back and we can continue to travel the world, go everywhere, and see nothing but crew rooms. Let's see. Lame Childs asks, are most concerts time coded, or does it depend? Yeah, it depends. I would say a lot of times it's not even the LD that really chooses. It's the artist's decision. It really depends on how complex and intricate they want their production to be and how much money they're spending on it. The more money they're spending on it, the more likely they're going to want to time code it. Or the more budget conscious they are for very small shows, then they might even want to have a system where there is no operator. I've seen a lot of shows going out like that. Not like big shows, not productions, but still touring acts. They show up with an on PC node in a box and some lights, and it just runs itself. It's pretty cool. Is Lewis the Child going to come back to Toronto this summer? Maybe. Not sure. Still kind of figuring out this whole new world that we're in right now. I'll keep forgetting that. Yeah, I think we're just going to finish this off with questions, guys. And then I'm going to focus on turning around a couple of more detailed videos on the timecode. Just because, like I said, it's hard to sit here and do it with everybody watching. I'm a shy programmer. What can I say? Where did Madrix go? We had a weird problem with Madrix on tour where it would only output streaming ACN if it was the first program launched from the computer. This is really weird. That was nice that the Madrix folks stopped by. Oh, that's pretty cool. For what do you need the X keys? The X keys can either be playbacks. Yeah, I actually pay the sex bots to make the chat look active. Jason says, so you've gotten a lot deeper in stage design, and you talk about what goes into that. I'm like the noobiest noob stage designer. I'm a decent programmer, but yeah, that's like my new thing is getting a really good handle on Vectorworks, reading a lot of design books, because it doesn't really come naturally to me like it does for a lot of people. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. It feels like there's some people who are naturally better at it. I don't think I'm one of those. Got to do it the hard way. How old are you? How old are you? Am I 27? God. Feels like I was 18 just like 2 years ago. How much do you get paid for a festival job? All the work you do at home? Yeah, I mean, the day rates are pretty good. It depends. I don't know if I'm like super comfortable giving my exact numbers, but I can tell you that it is above $500 a day and below 1,000. And that's for like show days. But there is a lot of prep work, like you said, that goes into it. So it really depends. It depends on your arrangement that you have with whoever you're working for. If you can provide a good service, a good product, and you can make your artist more valuable, if you make them more money than you cost, you can pretty much charge whatever you want. If you provide more value than you cost. Yeah, time flies after 18. Blech. These bot comments. MA2 is like the 4Def. They're just like literally copy pasting other people's comments. I love it. It depends. I do a lot of work from home just on my own that I don't bill for, just because the thing is, like, the more time that I spend working on the show file and like doing this stupid stuff with the DJM fader, I'm not like, who am I charging for figuring out how to make the DJM fader do something on the MA? No, nobody's paying for that. That's just me. So unless it's specific time allocated for programming a new show or designing a show, then I'm not getting paid for any of that. I'm pretty much paying myself in the future, because the more time I spend at home with the console figuring out ways to streamline things and make things look better, then that's less time I have to spend in the future. It's just like, writing macros saves you time, and learning Lua saves you time. Yeah, it's like it's almost a 2-minute delay on chat. It's pretty crazy. What age did I start doing bigger type of shows? Like probably 22. I mean, I was doing shows from someone banned Collins. Oh wait, he's a mod. I mean, I guess I started doing. It's weird because it's like a gradient, Like it's not like one day you're just doing like arena shows. It doesn't really work like that. Please hit the emergency stop. I mean, it turns all the lights to open white and like points them down, and then like the ones in the air like straight out. That's a whole different topic. Press the e-stop. Well, I mean, there's no e-stop explicitly in the MA. I just have a button that does it. It's e-stop show. So it turns off all time code. It turns off, it like unparks everything. You know, sets everything in open white. And then turns like the LEDs on and stuff. Just makes it so that like if some shit happens, I can hit one button and then hit confirm and get the fuck out. Steak or chimkin wings? Chimkin wings. Ooh, kind of looks like boobies, just a little bit. Yeah, Anthony, I still have the e-stop. It's over in my pile. It wasn't USB though. It was XLR. Yeah, this will be on YouTube afterwards. It's kind of I'm not really happy with the stream, to be honest. There were some video issues and some sound issues, and I'm gonna buy a bunch of stuff to fix all these issues and make it a little more professional, I guess you could say. It's like right now I'm using my Sony as the top camera, and it's still like not. I need to figure out a way to do this better. So I'm gonna put my last 2 brain cells together and work on that the next couple days over the weekend probably. Oh God, that's awful. Any MA programmers too can use if statements for cues. So if the DJ moves volume, or yeah, that's what I'm working on. Yeah, Ethernet backup lines. We usually have 3 for our show, and then we bring like 300 feet of Ethercon as well, or Ethernet with Ethercon. Can you show your telnet commands on show control? Yeah, I'll show you my telnet commands. So the telnet commands will only work in the new public beta for show control. And these are independent for each track. Is it not loading right now? Did it die? Hang on a second. I got to refresh the NDI. Have you used Touch Designer? If by used you mean opened it and been completely lost, then yeah, I have used Touch Designer. Oop. Congrats, guys. 4 hours. For some reason, OBS is not. Oh wait, I think I know what it is. Might have to have a track loaded. I'm not going to click the emergency stop. It like turns everything off. There we go. Okay, so we can see that. Yo. Yeah, I got to work on a better system for this. Yeah, the bots are asleep. There, infinite show control. Yeah, I hit the mute button. Yeah, I got to get a like an actual physical mixer interface for doing the audio. I'm gonna order a bunch of stuff for streaming this week. I hate OBS. OBS is awful just as a piece of software. I'm sure I think there's some hardware, like little mixers that you can do that make it a little easier. I'm an idiot. Selling hand sanitizer, $10 a gram. Nice. I got half a G. Dude, Anthony, thank you. Yeah, if you can send me a list of all the right gear, is like all my stuff is made for, like I have pretty decent gear, but it's all for like shooting YouTube videos, not for streaming. Okay, let me rephrase. OBS is difficult when I have 3 different sources of video from MacBook over NDI, the Razer Blade laptop. I have to screen share that. The desktop, capture, and then 2 different audio sources. Because I got this mic and then the lav mic. And then I'm just like a one dude show. I need something like hardware. Some Amazon Basics batteries, yeah, AA's. You guys really want to see Crash Me? It doesn't, I mean, I'm in a session, so I'm just going to reboot it. So here's what Crash Me does. Do you really want to crash me? Senpai. Ooh. Really? Are you mental? And then it just does this. Okay. And then from here, you just type auto start. And we're back. It's going to rejoin the session in a second. And then turn everything off, apparently. It's not supposed to do that. I guess I could start a session on this one and then join. Create session number 2. And then I'll end this session and join this one. Maybe not. Where'd my freaking file go? Oh, I wasn't in a session that whole time. That's why. When we did the, let's see, PSR or something, we hopped out of a session for a minute. And I forgot to get back into one. Whoops. Okay, guys, I am going to shut down the stream and order some new toys so that we can do this a little more effectively next time. But thanks for hanging out. You guys are more than welcome to continue to hang out in the chat until it's gone, I guess. I'm not sure if I can edit the end of these videos so that people watching on YouTube later don't have to sit through it. Will I ever change my YouTube profile photo? You tell me. Can you see this? I just think it's a funny avatar. Thank you to the moderators. Mods are gods. Don't forget. Make sure to thank them on your way out. And hopefully we'll schedule another one, because it seems like this might become a weekly thing and we can actually throw some production value at this. Since 1,000 of you showed up. Jeez. That's crazy. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Tschüss. Auf Wiedersehen.